Heading to FOB. Heading to FOB. Deploying.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF's FOB, and you can capture staff from them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new recruits, boss.
The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Be careful down there, boss.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Pilots approaching.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. You gotta extract him. He's coming too. Roger that.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Mission failed. Are you hurt? Try a little harder next time.
Arrived at Mother Base. Heading to FOB. Deploying.
Successfully sneak your way into the heart of the rival PF's FOB, and you can capture staff from them. I'll be looking forward to meeting the new recruits, boss.
Map has been updated.
Be careful down there, boss.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Too. Roger that.
Analysis complete.
Delta 9. Got something. Delta 9, what's wrong? Come in, Delta 9. We have a situation. All units on alert. You gonna extract him? This is Delta 6. Something weird's going on here. How should we proceed? Over. This is AP. Understood. Tighten security and stay alert. Out. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Coming too.
Analysis
Roger that.
Complete. Attention, heavy mist anticipated.
Over. This is CP. Understood. Don't let your guard down. They could still be in the area. Out.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Shortly.
You gotta extract him. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. You gotta extract him.
This is Zulu 7. Resources here are gone. Appears we have an intruder. Should I investigate? Over. This is CP. Understood. All fire teams check your surroundings. Flush out the intruder. Out.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Mission successful.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Afghanistan. Deploying.
You mentioned that the man on fire was crushed under Sahelanthropus in its hangar.
Yeah. He was caught under the wheels of its transport platform.
But his body wasn't found.
What?
We searched the area the moment we arrived, but there was no trace of him.
I wasn't hallucinating.
I know. I trust you on that. That means someone must have taken the body. But when I got there, everything was still as it was. Even Skullface hadn't been touched. I can't see a reason to sneak into a place like that and drag out the biggest, heaviest guy there.
What are you getting at?
The only option left is... he got up and walked away.
That platform ran him over.
Just ran him over.
You're saying that's not enough?
I don't want to believe it, but maybe not. He shrugs off bullets, even rocket strikes. There's no reason to think that would finish him. It seems ridiculous, but I'll start gathering eyewitness accounts just in case.
If you dig up anything concrete, I want to know.
You'll be the first, if I dig anything up. But I hope to hell I don't.
No kidding.
Marker placed.
About this OKB-0 Emmerich was talking about. Its location and features match the citadel in the mountains northeast of the Soviet base camp. Built during the time of Alexander the Great, it was left in ruins following one of Genghis Khan's campaigns. Its occupants changed time and again due to war, and it was expanded on more than one occasion. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of the Soviet philosophers. The Soviet army was using it as the headquarters of its Afghan invasion force. But it would seem that Skullface's connection with the philosophers gave him license to develop Sahelanthropus there. And that's what Emmerich was doing at the place, before he got the axe. But OKB is a designation the Soviets use for weapon design bureaus. There's no way they'd have one of those in Afghanistan. And in principle, the numbers that follow OKB are always integers above 1. There is no 0. Perhaps this was a secret facility of the Soviet and Chinese philosophers dating back prior to World War II. Though it's more likely Skullface just picked a fake name that more or less fit the Soviets' pattern. He doesn't go there often, but he sure as hell won't miss this. They use the heliport on top of the tower for his visits. Start by heading for the heliport, then wait for your chance to make contact with Skullface.
It seems Sahelanthropus' armor is made from depleted uranium. That offers some serious protection. You gonna extract him? Planning on using it for its main battle tanks, too. Maybe that's where Emmerich got the technology.
Uranium. They're using nuclear fuel for armor now.
No. What they use for nuclear fuel is uranium-235, which is extracted from natural uranium. Depleted uranium is a byproduct of that process. Sort of like the leftovers, I guess. The garbage. Uranium-235 makes up 0.72% of natural uranium, whereas depleted uranium contains only 0.2%.
What are the benefits of using it for armor?
It's a pretty short list. Uranium's a heavy metal, like lead, meaning it can hold a greater amount of kinetic energy. But it also boasts a hardness closer to tungsten. That makes it an ideal material to use for, say, armor-piercing ammunition penetrators. But it's not the best choice for armor. Its volume is less than that of ceramics, but for an equal weight, you could end up with less protection.
So why use it then?
According to Emmerich, it came down to him being unable to source ceramics technology from a manufacturer. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He wanted to reduce the bulk of certain areas. Despite all that, depleted uranium still makes for some tough armor. And Emmerich says it's been proven in live fire tests. It stops most Soviet tank shells.
Analysis complete. Side op completed. Side ops list.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Side ops list updated. Development complete. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Central Africa. Please specify a project. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Central Africa. Deploying. Plant expansion complete. Extraction arrived at the base. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
No! No!
Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
You gotta extract him. Okay, subject is in.
Updated.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Hey, luister gou hier. Jy weet ek het die Republiek van Bophuthatswana 2 weke gelede besoek?
En vir die Suid-Afrikaanse Bantu-staat.
Ja, nasies binne die nasiestaat. Die VN erken dit nie, maar dit is slim politiek. Jy kry al die swartes saam in een plek en jy dwing hulle om onafhanklikheid te kry. Of in ander woorde, jy dwing hulle om hulle regte as Suid-Afrikaanse burgers op te gee. Jy begryp?
Wat is so naams daar? Die hele wêreld is naam. Nie net die UN.
Sun City is die plek van soep. Hulle is vrygestel as uitgeswat.
Ek sal nie daardie ding uitbuit nie. Apartheid sal eintlik goed wees. Die Suid-Afrikaanse regering kan nie uitkom nie.
Dis 'n vervelige doos.
Ja, hou aan. Ek het 'n moment.
Analysis complete. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Analysis complete. Completed. Side ops list updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Side ops list updated. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Afghanistan. Select a deployment point. Buddy has infiltrated and the map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. The map has been enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Fire!
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Fire!
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Fire! Fire!
Analysis complete.
Roger that.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Where are your friends?
Has been updated. Analysis complete.
Fire!
Extract him.
Fire!
Analysis complete.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Fire!
Copy!
complete.
Повторяю, все население, на боевые позиции!
You gotta extract him.
Analysis complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Analysis complete.
Противника из вида. Ищу последние точки соприкосновения. Прием!
He's coming too. Roger that.
Будьте очень внимательны. Реагируйте на каждое движение. Конец связи.
You gotta extract him.
КП, это Зоя-2. Враг ушел. Начинаю поиск. Прием! Это КП, понял. Следите за ними. Не позволяйте им уходить с фланга. Конец связи. Штаб, это КП. Понадеялся огонь. Открыли огонь в ответ. Потеряли врага. Враг может все еще...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Штаб, это КП. Ответьте. Штаб, ответьте. Штаб, это КП. Штаб, прием. Один, это КП. Доложите ситуацию. Прием.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Меня слышите? Прием. Всем боевым группам, это КП. У нас проблема. Тревога по всем постам. Штаб, это КП. Понадеялся огонь. Открыли огонь в ответ. Враг может все еще прятаться поблизости. Соблюдайте осторожность. Штаб, это КП. Ответьте. Штаб, ответьте.
Caution.
Штаб,
Sandstorm approaching.
штаб.
You gotta extract him.
Прием.
Outpost captured.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
I barely recognize you, Colonel. Skullface used your thirst for revenge against Big Boss, did he?
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Development project has been added. Please landing zone confirmed.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Please specify a project.
This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Side ops list updated. Mission list updated. Please select a mission. Mission accepted. Heading to Central Africa. Deploying.
Boss, this contract comes from the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, also known as the MPLA. The PF at Ditati Abandoned Village has been supplied with walker gears. Your job is to eliminate them all. Destroy them, extract them, whatever you see fit. This just might get us closer to the Walker Gear supplier, Cypher. Good luck, boss.
Please select a deployment. Please select a deployment point. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Buddy has infiltrated our map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination. The map has been
The
updated.
targets have been deployed to that outpost. Find and eliminate all of them.
Analysis complete.
Fire!
Analysis complete.
Fire!
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Fire!
You gotta extract him. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Wat gaan aan? CP, dat is Delta 9.
Delta 9, wat goed? Delta 9. Wat is de situatie? Alle eenheden, stand bij.
He's coming too. Roger that. Flawless work. You never cease to amaze, boss. Nice work. Keep it up. You gotta extract him.
CP, dat is Zulu 4. Iets je moeite waard om uit te checken. Stuur het bevel. Over. Dat is CP, begrijp. Scherp securiteit en wees wakker. Uit. CP, dat is Zulu 10. Onderzoek voltooid. Geen teken van die vijand. Over. Dat is CP,
Close
begrijp.
approaching.
Lay op de uit. CP, dat is Zulu 4. Hoe zit dat eigenlijk hier? Over. Dat is CP, begrijp. Vijf die vijand sniper in. Pas op uit. Uit. CP, dat is Zulu 10. Hoe zit dat eigenlijk hier?
Mission failed, boss.
The PF at Ditati Abandoned Village has been supplied with walker gears. Your job is to eliminate them all. Destroy them, extract them, whatever you see. The targets have been deployed to that outpost. Find and eliminate all of them.
Fire!
You gotta extract him. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. coming too. Roger that.
Daar was 'n vyhandige in die gebied die afgelope tyd. Gewapen met 'n dwelmgun.
Dwelmgun. Soos 'n jaggeweer.
Wel, die ding is, niemand is vermoor nie. Diertranquilizers is meer as sterk genoeg om 'n man dood te maak. Dit moet iets wees wat ontwikkel is vir antipersoneel gebruik.
Wel, ek vat dit enige tyd hoe 'n bullet.
Wel, is okay vir ons. Maar as een wag in die slaap gemaak word, is daar 'n gat in ons sekuriteit. Die baas het iets in gedagte as teenvoet. Ek beweeg. Probeer wakker bly.
Ja. Solank niemand my bedwelm nie.
Kom ons check dit uit. Volg my. Head it.
Wat gaan aan?
Hey,
CP, dat is Delta 9. Die is weer aan de gang. Delta 9, wat voor? Kom in, Delta 9. Wat is de situatie? Alle hier, staan bij.
You get him extracted. Good work. Flawless work. You never cease to amaze, boss.
CP, het is Delta 4. Moeite werkt om het uit te checken. Stuur instructie. Word. Dat is CP, begrijp. Ik heb securiteit en wees wakker. Uit.
Formatie op mij!
Delta 3, wat voor? Kom in, Delta 3.
Clouds approaching.
CP, dat is Zulu 10. Onderzoek voltooid. Geen teken van die vijand. Hoor. Dat is CP, begrijp.
Nice work. Keep it up. Great. No targets remaining. Your objective's complete.
Mission
Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land.
completed.
CP, dat is Zulu 10. Iets die moeite werkt om uit te checken. Stuur het bevel. Hoor. Dat is CP, begrijp. Scan securiteit en wees wakker. Uit.
Okay, subject is in.
Oké, dat is routine. Ik heb de ballisten op top hier gekregen. Over.
Dat is het begreep. Ik kan een vijandige aanval weer. Alieneren, vakken weer. Uit.
Extraction arrived at Metabase. Exfiltrated
That's
hot
it.
zone.
You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss. Boss, we were right. Once you'd eliminated those walker gears, a resupply call was made from Ditati to CFA headquarters. The CFA then contacted none other than Saner. That's right, the shell company that owned Mvinda Oilfield. So Saner was just a front for Cypher. The resupply won't be happening just yet. But we did learn that the walker gears are transported out of Nova Braga Airport. Apparently, there's a distribution network on the Savannah that links all the PF outposts. I'll have the intel team investigate this network. If Cypher is supplying PFs with walker gears, the PFs have to be offering them something in return. We follow the money trail. We might just find ourselves on Cypher's doorstep. Boss, about that AI pod you retrieved from Emmerich's research facility. Guess what we found inside? A corpse. Human.
Presence
The pod
detected.
maintained a low internal temperature the whole time, and very little outside air got in. That would have slowed down decomposition. Still, the remains were mostly skeletal. Estimated time of death is between 6 months and a year ago. We put the screws to Huey about it. Listen to the tape. Turns out it was the body of someone we knew very well.
Fine. Yes, Strangelove was doing AI research in that lab.
Why hide that until now?
Why? Okay, so what? I wasn't working alone. You've got to understand. You do understand, right? I didn't want to drag her into this. It's my load to bear, alone.
So you didn't create the AI intended to drive Sahelanthropus. It was Strangelove.
Skullface was never in favor of AI control. So naturally they argued. Strangelove, she got him angry and he killed her.
How? You didn't see it? So you found her inside that pod after the fact. And you just left her body to rot in there. Or perhaps you put her in there afterward.
I asked him not to take her away from me.
So she was killed by Skullface, but you asked nicely, and he put her body in the AI pod for you?
That's right.
Pathetic. You know, we have another idea. That you killed her.
What, me? Oh, I couldn't kill her.
You killed her and locked her body in the pod.
I wouldn't. Don't treat me like one of you. I can't just kill anyone whenever I feel like it. I'm a normal human being.
Oh, I see. So you just shut her inside and waited for her to die.
I would never do that.
What, you mean she killed herself?
Yes. She climbed inside that pod and shut the door. It can't be opened from the outside. It was suicide.
Huh?
Suicide, I said. She killed herself. She got in when I wasn't looking and suffocated. She'd often try to do things like that. By the time I realized and opened the door, she wasn't breathing. I got scared and shut the pod again. I couldn't bring myself to open it back up. That's right. Me? Kill her? What is wrong with you?
I see. Just tell me one more thing.
Haven't you gotten enough today?
Okay, I see it's a painful memory. You don't have to answer, just listen to the question. You see, we examined her remains. She had a scar on her lower abdomen, a surgical scar. It had been stitched up and had fully healed, meaning it was long before her death. She had a child, didn't she? Your child. Where's the kid?
How should I know?
So there is a child.
I've never seen his face.
What do you take us for?
They took it all. Even my child. I didn't even know he'd been born. I lost everything.
How old would he be?
It's 4 years since then.
And you know it's a boy.
Strangelove said so.
And his name?
We called him Hal, even though I never saw his face.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been up.
Boss, about that AI pod you retrieved from Emmerich's research facility. Guess what we found inside? A corpse. Human.
Select a mission.
The pod maintained a low internal temperature the whole time, and very little outside air got in. That would have slowed down decomposition. Still, the remains were mostly skeletal. Estimated time of death is between 6 months and a year ago. We put the screws to Huey about it. Listen to the tape. Turns out it was the body of someone we knew very well.
Please select a mission. Caution, rain approaching. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a mission. Mission accepted. Deploying.
Boss, your objective is to steal an entire truck from a PF convoy. We don't have a fix on the truck we want, but the intel team has spotted the unit that's been tasked with escorting it. They're stationed at the guard post to the north of Nova Braga Airport on the Savannah. The rendezvous with our target will be at any time now. Start by heading to that guard post. Then follow the escort unit. It should lead you right to the target truck. Boss, extract them from the mission area. You can check the target details on your iDroid.
Volgan, the GRU colonel, was burned alive with a Shagohod during Operation Snake Eater 20 years ago. Despite suffering severe burns to his entire body, he still clung to life. After you left Seleniarsk, Volgan's body was taken to a research institute in the outskirts of Moscow. But modern medicine couldn't explain why he was still alive. Not that the colonel was any ordinary man to begin with. That constant electric current he had running through his body that he could unleash at will. To be honest, I was always uncomfortable around him. Thought I might get electrocuted just by standing nearby. The institute studying him was tasked with investigating and developing human paranormal abilities. The comatose Volgan was used to further the Soviet Union's research into such abilities. But not long ago, the facility burned to the ground. And Volgan's body was never found among the rubble, even though the fire started in the room where they were keeping him. This occurred at around the same time you woke up. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive, then this man on fire who's been coming after us ever since you woke up, well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Volgan. It's not over yet. Back in '64, in Seleniarsk, you brought his plans for a utopia down in flames. That grudge is what's keeping him alive. The day the research facility holding Volgan burned down, a Soviet jumbo passenger jet happened to crash nearby, far away to the north of that hospital in Cyprus. On board the plane was a young boy who was being studied at the same facility. The plane fell to Earth from over 8,000 feet, but the boy's body was the only one not recovered. At almost exactly the same time as the crash, Volgan awoke in that facility. According to the research institute.
It gives this boy
Skulls. If these bastards are pulling guard duty, that proves the cargo is headed to Cypher.
Inundated with other people's thoughts, he always wore a kind of gas mask. A rudimentary form of psychic insulation, apparently. We don't know where this boy is, but if Skullface is connected to him, we may cross paths with him yet. This boy is part of a new age, where nothing we understand about the world makes sense anymore. Don't let your guard down.
Map has been updated.
Fire at will.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Been updated.
You defeated the Skulls. I can't believe you took those things out. You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone. He's coming too. Roger that.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Mission complete. Great work. Boss, we searched the truck you recovered. There were two primary types of cargo. First, drums of malachite, a copper ore. That took up most of the truck bed. But malachite isn't valuable enough to warrant an escort. The real cargo was likely the second item, a shielding container. The contents, yellow cake. That's right, the raw material for a nuclear weapon. That might point to the weapon to surpass Metal Gear Emmerich told us about. But who can say? Thing is, there isn't a lot of it. Not enough to make a nuclear warhead. Give us some time. We'll look into it. Try to figure out why they had this under such close guard.
Please select a mission.
Boss, research materials have been stolen from Code Talker's mansion. The materials were packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. You have to recover those containers. The pickup crew coming for those documents is none other than XOF. That's right. They're still active, even after Skullface's death. Now that he's no longer in charge, their original chain of command has been restored. Meaning if XOF gets those documents, Code Talker's research ends up in Cypher's hands. According to Code Talker, the research papers stored in that mansion account for over 50 years of study. The problem is the vocal cord parasites. If the papers documenting that research fall into Cypher's hands, they'll take another long, hard look at them. The ethnic cleansers we thought were history will become a reality. America, Zero, will have a weapon far more powerful than any nuke. Even worse, if this knowledge were to leak, the world, humanity, can't be entrusted with this kind of power. Recover the containers before the enemy extraction choppers arrive.
Mission accepted.
Code Talker's research has been stolen. The research materials have been packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. Enemy extraction choppers will be there any minute. You have to find and retrieve those containers before they arrive. That area is being guarded by Zero-Risk Security, and their client is XOF. If the choppers make off with the containers, that research will end up in Cypher's hands. That cannot be allowed to happen. One other thing, boss. We need a cargo-capable Fulton extraction device to recover the containers. Use your iDroid to order its development and have it dropped in. Be careful down there, boss.
The map has been updated. Marker placed.
Alligerer, speciale waarschuwing. Verdedig your position. Uit.
Boss, looks like they're stepping up security around the target. Watch yourself.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Guards,
Analysis.
they must know where the containers are. If you can just squeeze it out of them. Visibility in the jungle isn't great.
Analysis
Watch
complete.
out. You could run into the enemy at any time.
Updated.
Feel the roots. The branches become one with the forest. The forest is aware of the enemy's noise. You
Complete.
must be too.
Our early warning radar still hasn't picked up the enemy choppers. But it's only a matter of time before they arrive. Target extraction confirmed. That leaves one target to go. Take care of the next one.
Extraction arrived at
Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA. Hurry up and extract the target.
The map has been. Please
Can't go firing on the XOF choppers.
Deployment point.
If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
The map has been updated. Analysis. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Speak. Where are your friends?
Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
Boss, you don't have much time. Move it.
This is again. The whole process, man. Het bleek ons het aannemen. Met de onderzoek.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
You gotta extract him. All right. Target extraction confirmed. We've avoided the worst possible outcome. Chopper. You can also exfiltrate the mission area by land.
Alles gespannen, das ist hier. Alle hierher. Alle Force Position. Jawohl. Alle hierher. Alle Force Position.
You gotta extract him.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been
Cover fire!
updated.
Begin cover fire! Fire at will! Stand down!
Analysis complete.
Hier dit is Delta 3. Zorg verloren vijand. Speed laatste punt van contact. Oor. De CMP is begrijpt. Onderzoek die area. Maar blij op je hoede. Uit.
Boss, leave the intel files till later. The enemy's on combat alert.
Analysis complete.
The enemies notice the targets are gone.
Point.
They'll be looking for you. Hurry up and exfiltrate the hot zone.
So what were they doing at Nzoya Badia, Baloo? That facility with all the people laid out in rows.
The abandoned factory Shabani was held in.
It is precisely as you guessed. Black Anna was coding languages into the vocal cord parasites. They infected the subjects with the parasites, then made an incision in the throat to expose the vocal cords. That allowed them to play recordings of a desired language directly to the parasites.
And the parasites learned the languages that way. That's some teaching method. I just don't get how a bunch of bugs had the brain power for it.
They don't. Do not judge them by human standards.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Learn as a function of intellect.
Then how do they do it?
What language the parasites react to.
You got an intel file. Unfortunately, there's nothing new in it.
They would never learn the language and react to it. The pronunciation, rhythm, and structure are different. But what about, say, Spanish and Portuguese? Linguistically, the two are very close.
Yeah, they're both Ibero-Romance languages.
Even so, a Spanish language mating pair exposed to Portuguese will not copulate. Only when they hear Spanish. Only then. And the majority of their offspring will be the same.
So it's a literal case of a mother tongue.
But if that's so, I don't see how the different strains could be created in the first place.
Well, Among the many thousands of offspring, there may be just a few that react to Portuguese.
You're talking about mutations.
Correct. Playing the tapes helps to identify the mutant strains. Those specimens are then isolated and bred with one another. From their children, specimens that react most strongly to Portuguese can again be selected and bred.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
That reacts solely to Portuguese and never to Spanish. Mutation and selection. No different to breeding roses.
So you kept increasing the change over the generations, adapting them to languages from all over the world. Must have taken a hell of a lot of patience. More like patience. Time for this. There's something I still don't get. In order to tell which larvae will react to Portuguese, you'd have to let them develop and then see which copulate. That means you'd need tens of thousands of...
You gonna extract him?
There's no way you could do that in a facility that small.
For normal selective breeding methods, you would be right. But there is a more effective selection.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Go on.
The parasites listen.
I've sent new information to your iDroid. Take a look.
Larvae display markedly increased activity in reaction to particular language. The active eggs can be identified under a glass. So the eggs that react to Portuguese are selectively placed in the throats of subjects. So you see, narrowing down strains that react to the target language is an effective process. Though I'm sure that even so...
He's coming too. Roger that.
...to create the various strains.
Taken against their will into that dungeon.
There are two reasons for playing the tapes. One, to isolate the respond to the target language. And two, to cause the specimens raised from the selected eggs to mate.
I get how the system works. But why do they respond to language before
You gotta extract him.
It's not like they can mate from inside an egg.
It is because the larvae learn the language before hatching.
You mentioned that what language the parasites respond to is hard-coded into their genes, and that they don't have the brain power to actually learn a language. But then you say that the larvae at Nzoia Badia Bulu were learning the languages in the egg. Your story doesn't add up.
Your country is home to a unique...
Roger.
The Japanese bush warbler.
Sure, what of it?
What a beautiful call it has. But no bush warbler can sing it perfectly at the start. As chicks, they can barely chirp at all. They must learn from their parents and other adult birds. Only then can they sing properly and attract females. So naturally, there are individual differences in each bird's call. Though they start on the same footing, each bird is influenced by its teachers.
And the parasites are the same?
Like the birds, the parasites have a genetic predisposition towards a particular language. But while in the egg, the larvae's ears are tweaked by listening to the voice of the host. This tweaking ensures that the grown react better to the host's speech pattern.
Why would they have an ability like that?
Well, there are distinct regional differences within even the same language. Rare is the language that has no unique dialects. Yes, learning the host's speech...
He's coming too. Roger that.
...tunes the larvae to to whatever twist of pronunciation it will encounter. This adaptive ability is what makes them so formidable.
I see. So a language requires selective breeding, but the parasites can learn dialects by themselves.
Of course, having the egg stage larvae listen to the tapes in the factory was not meant to teach them. It was more important to use that trait of theirs to identify the mutated strains. As I mentioned earlier.
Is that really accurate enough to use as a weapon? You could wipe out a neighboring ethnic group by accident if their pronunciation is too close.
What you say is true. In that sense, they are imperfect as ethnic cleansers.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Plant extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete. Great work. We got Code Talker's research materials back in one piece. The medical team has them under lock and key in the quarantine facility. The materials should help their research into the vocal cord parasites. Cypher won't be getting their hands on them now. Code Talker examined everyone here, and one of us is infected. It's quiet. It was our cutting-edge MRI that finally revealed it. But we don't know what language strain it is. Get back to base. Time for her to talk. You know the room number. 101.
Talk?
Anything?
Still living up to her name.
How about you drop the act? Who infected you with a parasite?
We can't let her talk. Put it back.
All I want's a name. That won't trigger anything. Tell me. Tell me! Your lungs have been barbecued. There's traces of rubbing alcohol in your alveoli. This was found adhered to your lungs, intact. A petal. White Star of Bethlehem.
The hospital. Skullface sent you to Cyprus to kill Snake. You were burned inside and out. That should have been the end of it. But, all things considered, you look pretty damn healthy to me. We have Skullface to thank for that, right?
I was the only one capable of applying them to parasite therapy. Until he stole them from me.
Why are you here? Did Skullface send you? Or did you have your own score to settle with the boss? Refreshing? Salt water.
No! She'll die!
His life isn't yours to take. Enough.
That's enough. If she wanted to kill the boss, he'd already be dead. Same goes for us. She's had plenty of chances. She can talk. She's not here to kill anyone. We're wasting your time. It doesn't matter why she's here. She works for you now. She's in love with the legend.
What makes you so sure?
I was the same way once.
What if she's a spy?
What if I'm a spy? Or you? Go on all day.
Boss.
Let her go. She won't speak so she can't spread the infection.
Napagitin Tish? Mish Nagitin Ti.
Oh.
Idiki Blak Anat E.
Oh. Ako kode jisdesni.
Dne Bizad.
Belagana gesnita. Tatobe yasteta. Asetota. Dodoにした。ドドにした。
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid. Boss, some of the kids we've been keeping here have escaped. We don't know why they ran off, but it may have something to do with Ralph's death. The intel team's looking for them as we speak. I'll add information to your side ops list as it comes in. You need to locate and secure those kids. I'll try to find out what happened.
Caution, heavy mist anticipated. Please select a mission.
Boss, welcome back.
Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a mission. Please select a landing zone.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Analysis complete. Mission
Boss,
list
I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid. Boss, some of the kids we've been keeping here have escaped.
Please select
We don't know why they ran off, but it may have something to do with Ralph's death.
to Central.
The intel team's looking for them as we speak. I'll add information to your side ops list as it comes in. You need to locate and secure those kids. I'll try to find out what happened.
Please select a deployment point. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Теперь Delta Ен. Вижу Каскета. Почти инструкции. Over.
Ek wil nie prik nie.
Analysis complete.
Stand down!
Hier is Delta Ien. Geen verdere vijandige beweging. Modeelaanval blijkt succesvol. Over. Dat is CFDF, begrijp. Alles ook onmiddellijk het hier terugvoeren. Uit.
Analysis complete.
Fire! You gotta extract him.
Cover me!
He's coming too. Roger that. Leave the rest to us.
Analysis complete.
You gotta extract him.
Psyops list updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Dit is Delta 4. Zeg op paard voor de gespeeld als het met contact. Word. De CRTF begrijpt. Doe niet onderzoek. Maar hier is wat wachten. Uit. Dit is Delta 4. Vijand dat je wacht voor de waarschijnlijk gebied van kan. Word. De CRTF begrijpt. Zo ben je opgehoord. We worden hier weggestuurd. Uit. HK. De CRTF. Wat weet ik vind? Maar contact verloren naar het kruisvuur. Vijand kan nog even nabij wegkomen. Advisseer waakzaam mee. HK, de CRTF, kom in. HK, kom in. HK. HK, de CRTF. HK, reageer.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Please select a landing zone. Deploying. Updated. Please specify a project.
Be careful down there, boss.
Marker placed. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Please select a deployment point. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Alles gespannen, wir sind hier. Anfangspositie. Alle hierher. Anfangspositie.
Analysis complete. Completed side ops list updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Champion, dit kan maar jen. Zeg op waar verloren. We schieten ons punt van contact. Word. Dat is CPS, begrijp. Doe niet onderzoek. Maar wees voorzichtig. Uit.
Extraction arrived at Mother side ops list updated. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Afghanistan. Deploying.
Emmerich didn't go with depleted uranium for Sahelanthropus' armor because of its strength.
He had nukes in mind.
Exactly. It's meant to use its body as the fuel component for a nuclear weapon. Sahelanthropus uses built-in uranium enrichment Archaea to melt its own body and extract uranium-235 from the...
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
The concentration jumps by a factor of several hundred, from 0.2% to over 90%. The end result being highly enriched weapons-grade uranium. Sahelanthropus' body itself becomes a nuclear bomb. Emmerich says if it were to self-destruct, the nuclear yield would be somewhere in the region of 15 kilotons. Since you need about 50 kilograms of highly enriched uranium to trigger a nuclear reaction, that would mean Sahelanthropus contains something like 23 tons of depleted uranium.
That's not very much.
No, it isn't. That's about what you'd expect to find in a main battle tank's armor. The point is, it can be transported anywhere, even use its conventional weaponry on the battlefield, and the international community will never suspect a thing.
being updated.
Fire at will.
Side op completed. Side ops list updated.
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Please select a landing zone. Deploying.
I just received word from the R&D team and the transport team out of Afghanistan. They finished installing Sahelanthropus on the base. It's ours now.
All right. Don't let any of the staff touch that thing. Especially Emmerich.
Of course. That guy's crush on Sahelanthropus is beyond a joke. Guess he really wants to see his tech stand on its own two legs this time.
That's not gonna happen.
I know it. So you've got no plans to make it operational again?
Damn right.
Boss, I want to hear it straight from you.
Hear what?
What the hell do you want with that thing? The drive is busted. It's not like it has a nuke on board. Even if the metallic archaea could turn it into a nuclear weapon, all it can do is self-destruct. Sahelanthropus just isn't a weapon anymore.
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
Elements Strut sank 2 feet under that thing's weight. That's 1 year's drop in a single night. We've started on reinforcing the strut, but there's no guarantee it'll hold up if a storm hits.
I know that too.
Boss, why keep it?
It's a mark. Us Diamond Dogs, we don't have a country to call home. That means we have no past, nothing to prove that we lived. Every one of us threw it all away when we came here. Sahelanthropus is a symbol to show that the likes of us brought at least one crisis to its end.
A mark in history. So we can't just fade away.
It's of no practical use to us, but we still need it.
A symbol of what we've done. I'm glad I sounded you out on this. Snake, on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you.
I don't need gratitude. I need security. Keep Emmerich away from that thing.
Roger that.
Roger that.
Map has been updated.
You gotta extract him.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Нет, не делай этого! Я не хочу умирать!
Analysis complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Post captured. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Я не хочу умирать!
He's coming too. Roger that.
You have arrived at your destination. Side-op completed. Side-op
Okay,
finished.
subject is in.
Analysis complete. Extraction arrived at the mother base.
You gotta extract him.
Marker placed. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Please select a delivery point.
According to the intel team, the escaped kids should be around here. Locate and secure them.
Code Talker. What are the metallic archaea?
Volcanic craters, spewing
Select a
sulfur.
deployment point.
Water, hot enough to boil your skin off. Ocean depths of 800 plus atmospheres. Wastelands, radioactive enough to kill you where you stand. There are groups of organisms that survive despite. No, because of living in such environments.
I've heard about them. Extremo something.
Extremophiles. By selecting certain species, then subculturing and repeatedly modifying them, I created a metallic offspring of pure archaea. They subsist on metals rather than organic matter.
And some of them even consume uranium?
Yes. Uranium enrichment archaea metabolize only uranium-235. As a result, they produce weapons-grade enriched uranium. How is that possible? Consider how plants fractionate carbon isotopes when they conduct photosynthesis. Nature possesses abilities beyond our imagination.
So it was archaea that brought down your chopper?
Corrosive archaea, yes. They oxidize metals, feeding off the energy and the electrons they receive. What became of the wreckage?
We had the R&D team retrieve samples for study in airtight plastic containers, of course.
Prudent. We shall extract archaea from it in good time. They should help you fight back against Black Anna.
Any chance we could start now? It doesn't have to be a lot. I might just have another use for them.
If it's only a small amount you need.
That's fine. I'll get the R&D team to assist. Let's go.
South Africa was previously suspected of developing nuclear weapons. It already had a conspicuous presence at the UN because of apartheid and its armed expansionism. But when neighboring Angola and Mozambique became socialist countries in '74, South Africa felt hounded into a corner. So it accelerated its nuclear program to protect itself. 3 years later, the Soviets discovered a test facility. And 2 years after that, an American satellite observed a flash in the southern Indian Ocean. It said this was South Africa conducting a nuclear test with the help of a certain ally. Skullface used the situation in South Africa to get this ally to lend a hand. They both wanted nukes, so it was a mutually beneficial relationship. On the surface, anyway.
I figure South Africa started getting serious about nuclear weapons production in '75. In '74, the government was still able to get by with bluffing that it had a nuclear arsenal. But the year after, word spread that an independent armed group in the Caribbean was crushed by Cypher for possessing a WMD. That's right, boss. What happened to you and your men was the reason South Africa decided to push ahead with nuclear development. A force independent of any country getting its hands on a nuke. That was a threat to the existence of countries everywhere. It wasn't just South Africa. Your presence pushed a lot of countries to get nukes. The world was scared of you. You were a threat to more than just the Cold War. If nations are gears in a machine, you had the power to smash them loose and watch the whole world grind to a halt.
Analysis complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that. You gotta extract him.
You have arrived at your destination.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Boss, I have a quick report for you here. We've discovered a radiation leak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform. It's coming from testing equipment we installed the other day. Members of the medical team have been conducting research there, but we'll evacuate them all from the research block to the containment block next to it. Emmerich.
There's no need to worry. No radioactive material is leaked, so the contamination won't spread. We just need to seal off the testing equipment.
I've dispatched the security team to get the researchers out. I'll keep you updated. Boss, I have a quick report for you here. We've discovered a radiation leak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform. It's coming from testing equipment we installed the other day. Members of the medical team have been conducting research there, but we'll evacuate them all from the research block to the containment block next to it. Emmerich.
There's no need to worry. No radioactive material is leaked, so the contamination won't spread. We just need to seal off.
here is being held prisoner at the Wak Sin barracks. You need to find him and get him out. He tried to defect from the base camp up north, but it didn't work out. Now they're holding him at Wak Sin. He's offered his technical skills to us as long as we can guarantee his safety. You have to extract the target.
Boss, your target just happens to be the man who developed your prosthetic hand. He's the only one capable of maintaining it. If we bring him in, I'm sure he'll be able to modify it in all kinds of ways as well.
Be careful down there, boss.
Please select a deployment point. The map has been updated. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Enemy presence detected. The map has unit dispatched. Buddy has infiltrated our... The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
That's the Wak Sin barracks. The target is somewhere inside that outpost. The Soviets consider him a traitor now, so he'll be treated like any other prisoner.
Extraction arrived at Metabase. You have arrived at your destination.
He's coming too. Roger that. Boss, you've entered a building. Always keep an escape route in mind when you head indoors. If you get surrounded, you'll have nowhere to run. That's the way.
Info has been updated.
You gotta extract him.
Damn it! The mission's a failure.
You have arrived at your destination.
Okay, subject is in.
You have arrived at your destination.
Damn it! The mission's a failure.
You have arrived at your destination. Analysis complete.
That prisoner doesn't look like the target. Okay, subject is in.
Hey, Fatih!
You have arrived at your destination. Analysis complete.
He's coming too. Roger that. Boss, you've entered a building. Always keep an escape route in mind when you head indoors. If you get surrounded, you'll have nowhere to run.
Уже видел эти ложные цели? Их буквально пару дней назад привезли.
Ага, поглядел. Не уверен, правда, что враг на них купится.
Ну, издалека их вообще от людей не отличить. Думаю, они нам еще не раз пригодятся.
Надеюсь.
Ладно, мне пора.
Ага, давай.
That's the way.
Has been updated.
КП, понял. Усилить безопасность. Повышенная боевая готовность. Конец связи. КП, это СВ-1. Атакован. Противника не видно. Прием. Это КП, понял. Будьте начеку. Выкурите врага. Конец связи.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only. The engineer we rescued has been extremely cooperative. The guys on the R&D team are glad to have him aboard. Thing is, his specialty isn't mechanics, but something called bionics, engineering based on biology. He's already submitted a proposal for modifying your prosthetic arm. If you're interested, go ahead and give the development order.
Please select a mission. Deploying.
Boss, you okay? Could it be that sniper? Quiet.
Quiet. Our silent assassin. Where's the sniping point?
Sniper just disappeared. Zero visibility. If you can't mark him, you don't stand a chance. Stay sharp. Look out, boss. Take cover. There's a laser sight trained on your head. get her. With those abilities of hers. No doubt about it. She has to be one of the Skulls. Now move in and finish your boss.
Mother base.
She's working for Cypher.
Quiet is a valuable source of information, boss. There's no need to kill her. Think carefully. This is your decision.
The female sniper. Quiet. Cypher's assassin. Finish her. She's one of the Skulls. Hurry up and kill her.
No. Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back here.
Boss.
Boss!
Support helicopter.
Boss, you're not thinking of bringing her back here, are you? She works for Cypher. We don't even know the extent of her abilities. She is not setting foot on this base.
Good word, boss. Can't believe you took her down alive. Now bring her back here. Let's find out what she really is.
This is too dangerous. Kill her. Don't bring her to our home.
This is the boss's decision. I'll send the extraction chopper.
Boss, you know I've always got your back. But if you bring her here, I'll just have her killed.
This is Pequod! On station at LZ!
Boss, no.
Mission info has been updated.
Gaining altitude! Departing!
Slipped the line, huh? Shame. She's one of a kind.
Fine by me. We don't need her type. Boss, we need to talk. Get back to base. Everything else can wait.
one bogey on our 6, steady at 0.4 miles. It's tailing us.
Don't lead it back to Mother Base.
Roger, we'll shake it off.
setting foot on this base. Boss, she's with Cypher.
Thermals! Clear. Seize her! Fire! Miller! She saved the boss.
She was saving herself. Fire! Put her in the cell.
Boss!
Keep an eye on her.
Right. Take her away. What are you waiting for? Move!
Boss, you are going to regret this. That woman...
I know. She knows our location. Either way, one of these days we're gonna have to kill her. But now is not the time. When the time comes, I'll pull the trigger.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a mission. Commencing platform construction. Please select a mission.
Boss, we need you to get back a film canister one of our informants hid in the field. He was working under my orders to investigate the extraordinaries that showed up in Cyprus. The man on fire and the floating boy that keeps showing up where they're not welcome. Apparently they were the subjects of some top-secret research conducted by the Kremlin. Unfortunately, that meant our informant drew the attention of the KGB's Directorate S, and they took him out before we could make contact. The good news is he placed a report in a film canister and hid it somewhere in Spookmate Keep.
Just before he died, he transmitted VI of the hiding place to us, but the data was cut off partway through. The image is far from clear, but it might provide the clue you need. We'll be analyzing the data further to try to clear it up, but for now, get to Spookmate Keep. The KGB have already dispatched a Spetsnaz squad to retrieve that film canister and cover the whole thing up. Boss, there's no time to waste. Head to Spookmate Keep and use the VI as a clue to find and retrieve that target. Why was Sahelanthropus mobile? How are the man on fire and that kid connected to Skullface's plan? If we can just get that report, we can blow it all wide open. Then we can shake off the last remnants of Skullface and the phantoms he left behind.
Mission accepted. Heading to Afghanistan.
Retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmate Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data. There's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
The map has been updated. Please select a deployment point. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete. Buddy has infiltrated and the map has been updated. Analysis complete. Post captured.
Я не хочу умирать!
Подожди, не стреляй!
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Speak. Where are your friends?
You gotta extract him.
Updated. Analysis complete.
Я не хочу умирать!
Where are your friends?
The map has been updated.
Spit it out.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
The map has been updated.
Where are the others? Talk.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Talk.
The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination.
You gotta extract him.
Marker placed. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Analysis. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Caution. Sandstorm approaching. Arrived at your destination.
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
Analysis complete.
Hands up. Where are your friends? Speak.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Marker placed. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
We fully decrypted the VI data. Now the target's hiding place should be clear as day. Check your iDroid.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
Where are your friends?
Weather will clear shortly. The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
You gotta extract him.
Where are your friends?
The map has been updated. Analysis complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Guard post captured.
He's coming too. Roger that.
What you mean?
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Okay, subject is in. You gotta extract him.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Boss, the target's been destroyed.
Boss, we fully decrypted the VI data. Now the target's hiding place should be clear as day. Check your iDroid.
Boss, the target's been destroyed.
Mission failed.
Boss, retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmate Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
Please select a deployment point. Has infiltrated and the map has been updated.
There's some high ground there. Just what you need for recon.
The map has analysis complete. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Begin cover fire.
You have arrived at your destination. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Понял! Найти вражеского снайпера и снять его! Прием! Понял! Будьте начеку! Выкурите врага!
You gotta extract him.
Analysis complete. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Updated.
Incoming two. Roger that. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Analysis complete.
You gotta extract him.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Weather will clear shortly. Exfiltrated.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. What? You're going back?
Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Mission complete, boss.
Side ops list updated.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We received a new job offer. The details are on your iDroid.
Enemy presence detected. Please select a mission. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We received a new job offer. The details are on your iDroid.
Please select a mission. Mission accepted. Deploying.
Boss, retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmate Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data. There's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
Emmerich uses externally powered legs of his own design. It's bionics technology, a product of the U.S. military's failed attempt to develop a powered exoskeleton. All the wearer has to do is apply a little force, and the actuators continue the movement in that direction. But his legs are unique. Instead of using a hydraulic mechanism, the actuators run off metallic archaea. That increases the actuator's reaction speed and also enables him to lock and release the joints at will. The legs are a nifty little gadget, but they have two clear weaknesses. First, they're dependent on external power. Maybe because he built them knowing he couldn't leave his lab. There's no internal battery. That's why they won't work if they aren't plugged in. Second, and this is more than just a weakness, the legs are directly connected to his bones. Could be to minimize signal loss and the order's output to response from them. Either way, Emmerich has used bolts to attach load-bearing parts directly to his femurs. Mimicking surgical compound fractures and the like. But the end result is those legs...
He's coming too. Roger that.
And that appears to be how he's able to move them so precisely. But that also means that any shock to the legs would be delivered right to his bones by...
You gotta extract him.
The same is true if he encounters the corrosive metallic archaea. If the corrosive archaea ate into the exposed bolts, they'd reach the endoskeleton parts and eat through them too in the blink of an eye. The Dodger's bones are full of holes to accommodate all the bolts. They're like sponges. If he were to lose the reinforcing parts, even the tiniest bit of force or weight would snap his...
Okay, subject is in.
With those corrosive metallic archaea in front of him, he realized straight away what would happen. Life wouldn't be worth living if he lost those legs of his. I'd bet that is what the doctor fears the most. I just helped him imagine what it would be like. Thanks to that, I got the information we needed without either of us getting hurt. You know how he is. He's probably already over the shock. The better you know your adversary, the easier it is for you to get information from them. And vice versa. You said that the nuke Skullface was trying to spread around the world were equipped with a failsafe. Something that could shut them down at will. His will.
Quite so. After all, he needed a guarantee that a buyer wouldn't simply turn the weapons back on him.
So how can they be stopped?
The criticality trigger, that is, the detonator, is a complete black box design. Any attempt to dismantle it causes it to melt in seconds, using the corroding archaea. The design ensures that no detonation is possible unless it disengages the lock.
So he had a way to disengage it remotely.
Precisely. The client simply presses a button. At that moment, the detonator begins transmission with a surveillance satellite. The satellite reports to him how the client is trying to use the nuke. If he does not object, the lock is disengaged.
But if it's a risk to him in any way...
The detonator melts down. The same is true if detonation does not occur within a preset time after the lock is disengaged. The nuke is rendered useless.
Who the hell would buy something with strings attached like that?
The client would never know until the moment they actually tried to use it. Most likely, he would have explained the time delay as the detonators needing time to activate.
You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Intended to sell to technologically primitive groups in the first place.
Let me guess. He'd claim it was defective and offer a replacement. Shadier than a used car salesman.
Skullface shakes your hand like a friend, using the other to control you like a puppet. This is how he works.
ЛКП, понял. Проверьте окрестности. Конец связи. КП-4. Слышим цель. Можно вражеская атака. Прием. ЛКП, понял. Усилить безопасность. Повышенная боевая готовность. Конец связи.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Какие будут указания? Прием. ЛКП, понял. Усилить безопасность.
Extraction arrived at Mega Base.
That's
Exfiltrated.
it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. All right. Mission complete, boss. Maybe you'll actually break a sweat next time, huh?
Please select a mission. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Select unit. Staff assigned. 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 Development project has been added. Select unit. Staff assigned. Select unit. Staff assigned. Select unit. Staff assigned. Please specify a project. Please select a mission.
The CFA are gearing up for a large-scale attack against Angola's MPLA government. They're assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport and will be ready to move soon. We've been contracted by the MPLA to put a stop to them. But the civil war will keep burning on, whether we accept this job or not. Another East-West proxy war with the communist MPLA on one side and the capitalist-funded CFA on the other. An endless seesaw of blood and violence played out in the hands of the superpowers. I had my doubts at first, but I think we should take this job. Skullface is gone, but Cypher still remains. Competition with rival PFs will only get more intense. For us to survive, we need to expand our organization and get strong enough that no one can threaten us. So our only option is to fight and grow, and fight and grow.
Mission accepted. Heading to Central Africa.
CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map.
Be careful down there, boss.
Your map has marker placed. Clouds approaching. You have arrived at your destination.
CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map.
This is yellow cake that Cypher was having the PF's transport. Before we met you, the boss recovered it from a truck crossing the Savannah. Are there metallic archaea inside it?
Yes, the archaea metabolize uranium-235 to subsist. They must be stored inside yellow cake, or they cannot survive.
So those biological traces we took for impurities were actually the real cargo.
Of course, they are deactivated, so they do not trigger a sudden enrichment. They are like baker's yeast. Yet, they do gradually enrich the uranium as they feed. I imagine you detected weapons-grade traces.
Yeah, we did.
And the malachite that was loaded on the truck had traces of uranium in it, too. So that's the flower, huh? Skullface was gonna sell do-it-yourself nuke kits. The uranium-enriching archaea complete with the user's manual. And the ores with the uranium could be sourced by the client or provided by Cypher.
Even the trace amounts buried in common ores can be enriched to weapons grade. Uranium by the metallic archaea. Proving that must have been the most important factor.
Boss, we have new targets. Check your iDroid for the details.
To successfully prevent detonation.
So if the amounts of uranium in the ores are low enough, they can get past any inspection. And you only need a tiny amount of the archaea to act as the yeast. No great challenge to smuggle that either. The first step towards saturating the world with nukes.
His plan. That was not my intention. My only goal in developing...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
What made you think a tool for creating undetectable nuclear weapons would save your people?
After 70 years, the Diné reclaimed the Navajo Nation from which we were banished. We bore all the hardships of poverty. But we were proud to live off the land we called our own. But in the moment the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, everything changed.
I don't get it.
The nuclear arms race between the US and the Soviet Union began with the end of the Second World War. Suddenly, there was a massive demand for uranium. And it was our ill fortune that the ground beneath the Navajo Nation was rich with uranium ore. The Black Ana government set up mine after mine, and many of the Diné worked them, never informed of any danger. Every day they went to
Nice work, boss. The targets are almost history.
flag was simply piled out in the open. When rain fell, uranium traces left behind would seep out, and when the ground dried, it was blown about as dust. Land and water were contaminated, irradiated. Many of us became sick and died. That pain lives on to this day.
I had no idea.
Wanting more than anything to revive the land my forebears left to me, I was delighted upon discovering microbes that eat uranium. If they could be domesticated, I believed we could rid our land of uranium.
Were you successful?
No. The research called for funding on a colossal scale, but nobody was willing to invest with no prospect of a return.
And that's when Skullface showed up.
Correct. I can save you and your people. We share the same will. That is what he said to me, and I believed him. Black Ana forced me to abandon my uranium cleanup work and focus on nuclear weapons. And he held all the Diné hostage. Today, the uranium mines within the reservation are finally closing down. It is simply less expensive now to source uranium overseas.
New victims, different places.
But uranium is a tactical... To rely on a foreign country...
I've updated the information on your iDroid.
A difficult decision to make. And he was in the perfect place to influence that decision.
He could have condemned your people to the mines forever.
The contamination comes not only from uranium. The fallout from the Nevada nuclear tests also settled on our lands. As if our fortune were not already bad enough. We are also downwinders. To save the Diné, I must complete
That's an enemy gunship. Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout. Just one target left.
Analysis complete. Please select a drop point.
You gotta extract him.
A deployment map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Fire at will.
detected. The map has been updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Please select a deployment point.
Code Talker. Haven't seen you eat a single thing since you got here. Let me guess. Photosynthesis?
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, a long time ago, I knew someone with a similar ability.
Well, you are correct. Most of my body is covered with parasites. I supply them with water, and in return, I receive sugars they produce when exposed to light. It isn't just my skin either. The parasites also act as my eyes. They have replaced many of my...
He's coming too. Roger that.
It is thanks to them that I live on after over a century.
How did you obtain them anyway? Through your research?
I would like to say as much, but there is more to it than that. Let me take you back 20 years. I had hit a dead end with my parasite research. Then I was approached by a foundation. They said they had a sample of an unusual strain of parasite.
Which foundation?
Apparently, they had links to ARPA. But that is all I learned. I was somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. Just being able to study it was enough for me.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Go on.
Half in doubt, I visited them to discover the body of an old man. Well, to be precise, his partial remains. A collection of parts, you could say. The man had died in an explosion.
An old man, you say?
His flesh had not decomposed. In fact, the tissue's cells were still metabolizing. The parasite had infected, or should I say assimilated with, the tissues, and was keeping them alive. I became obsessed with studying the body parts, foregoing food and even sleep. New discoveries. The parasite's biology, internal anatomy.
Good. You've completed the objective. Now get out of there.
Observation. And so I made a decision. To truly know the parasites, I had to live with them.
You gonna extract him?
You implanted them inside you from the dead man's flesh?
Correct. It was quite a gamble, whether or not they would adapt to me. But fortunately, it appears I was compatible with them. Or perhaps, through my many years of research, my immune system...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
You think that body's
parasite? Yes. However, there was a separate specimen that supplied its host with adrenaline in response to pain. And yet another that could control insects at will through secreting heterogeneous pheromones. I wanted exposure to them, to take them into me. But my...
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss. Boss, as we suspected, the mastermind behind the kid's escape was Eli. It's hard to believe, but apparently he'd been plotting an armed uprising against us. He could be hiding something else, too. Ocelot's gonna press him for answers. Get back here as quick as you can.
Where is he?
I told you. Your father's not here.
They're back.
Yes, they're back. But don't get any bright ideas. Your quarters are under full surveillance. Your weapons privileges have been suspended. No more uprisings for you. Did you really think it would be that easy, Commander? You'll get your boys back. They'll even see the boss, too. But first, I need to know what you sent them to do.
They wanted to leave.
To their homelands.
They wanted to go home. That's all.
So they were just homesick, then?
Not quite. Military warlords, PFs, the armies that murdered their families. Cousins, brothers, parents. They all had someone they wanted to kill. I told them, last chance to face the world with no regrets.
Last chance?
You better be ready for your drag back here. Ready to face the world as enemies.
No!
Not like you! Goodbye, Father. I don't need you anymore.
Was Ralph really an accident? Or did Eli just rig it to stir up the boys? Either way, he had to have been planning for this all along. bidding farewell to the world.
Boss, we're looking for the kids in Sahelanthropus, but there's still no sign of them. We don't know if the chopper pilot is alive either. What have we gone and put in the hands of those kids? We don't know how bad this is until we find them. Also, regarding our concerns about Eli, I finished looking into whether or not he's a product of that project. I have an answer. I put it on tape. Give it a listen. Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a mission. Please select a landing zone. Landing zone confirmed.
Roger.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
About Eli hijacking Sahelanthropus. We know how he got it moving. It was Emmerich.
Please.
He used the kids in the staff living quarters to carry out his repairs. We got the details on tape. You're gonna want to hear this.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Please select a landing heading to Central Africa.
mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Analysis.
That's the target. I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss. One of the guys out on a mission at the time. He's fallen a long way from the glory days. But will he come back to us? Bring him home, boss.
Completed. Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Side ops list updated. Please select a mission not accepted. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Mother Base.
nana tichi. Anahan tingo sinna ich. Baya. Ashla na lego azago. DJ na stoi do aschad. Yegishta.
Hey.
Eyes on Kazuhira. A message from the parasites.
Welcome home, boss.
Please select a delivery point. Analysis complete.
Oh, Snake! What is it, Snake? One of the group birthday parties. They are something to look forward to every month. Miller was so funny at this one. When is the party this month? Last month was... I cannot remember. It was... And then I... No, that is not right. But I am an angel of peace. I am a student. I'm sorry, Snake. My head hurts. Could you let me rest?
Please select landing zone confirmed.
Roger.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Please select a land heading to Afghanistan. Deploying.
What was your goal in having the children repair Sahelanthropus?
I just answered their questions. I had no idea they would actually try to fix it. I mean, can you imagine a child piloting it?
Oh, sure. Easily.
It wouldn't work.
I bet it's just like riding a bike.
I said it didn't work.
Who did you try?
I didn't.
Did you put your son in it?
We never did that.
His name was, Hal, wasn't it? I thought you said you never saw his face. But you made him pilot Sahelanthropus. You used him in your experiments.
He wanted to get in.
Extraction.
It was such a short time we had.
So he was with you.
We were happy.
You're still happy now. Changing your lies to suit the listener and getting by slipping through the cracks. Building layer upon layer of convenient stories until nothing means anything to you anymore. You're happy all the time because you don't even notice you're doing it. Think hard. Who are you really? You're not a victim and you're not the silent majority. You're a perpetrator and a petty hypocrite. The real world doesn't make you suffer. It's the other way around.
Arrived at Mother Base.
Boss, we've got the results of Eli's genetic tests. We can finally put this worry behind us.
We used the PCR technique and conducted DNA fingerprinting of the copied DNA sequences. Neither is mainstream.
That's the target.
But the concept...
I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss.
Meaning the results are negative. He's not your son, nor is he your clone. He's just another person.
It was 12 years ago that Zero made plans to clone you. Eli's age and appearance certainly are a good fit. I admit the first time I saw him, I did a double take. But it looks like we were worried for nothing. Eli isn't your clone. Though you might still have one somewhere out there.
But if Eli isn't the boss's clone, why does he seem so obsessed with him? Not to mention having one hell of an attitude for his age.
I don't know. Learning the truth about himself, cursing the fact he's a clone, bearing a grudge against selfish adults, and coming to hate who he was cloned from. Big boss. If that were really the case, I could understand it. I might even feel a bit sorry for him. But no clone could have a totally different DNA fingerprint. And the test left no room for error. You yourself were there when we drew Eli's blood sample.
Come to think of it, when we went to OKB-0, he'd snuck onto a chopper and was there.
Yeah.
He was acting strange even then. Or actually from a little before that time.
That was exactly when we began these tests.
Maybe he suspected something when we drew the sample, not knowing what we were doing to him, and becoming mistrustful of us.
Hard to say. Eli's had an attitude problem from day one.
So what is he then?
Well, if he's gonna tell us that himself, we'll need to get him to open up more first.
Boss? Is that you? 9 years. 9 years I've been...
One of the guys out on a mission at the time. He's fallen a long way from the glory days. But will he come back to us?
Side-op completed.
Bring him home, boss.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Please select a mission. Side ops list updated. Please select a landing zone. Heading to Mother Base.
What is it, Snake? The Costa Rican Sea. It is so beautiful. Costa Rica means rich coast. Please, please, get them out of my country. Them? Huh? Who was I thinking of? It was... And then No, that is not right. But I am an angel of peace. I am a student. My head, it hurts.
Please select landing zone.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Please specify a project.
This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Support helicopter has arrived. Please select a landing heading to Afghanistan. Deploying. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
The one that covers. The parasite that lives on the surface of the Skull's bodies is what gives them their power. Similar to my children, who live in my skin. I modified the parasites I isolated from the body of that old man, differentiating them with various abilities. One that can blend perfectly into its
That's the target.
by exposing the
I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago.
by harboring
Bring him home, boss.
metallic archaea. Can oxidize and reduce metal. Isolating the one that covers and transplanting it into an artificial medium.
One of the guys out on a mission at the time. He's fallen a long way from the glory days. But will he come back to us? Bring him home, boss.
To the medium.
Side ops list updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Boss, we have an emergency. There's been another outbreak of the vocal cord parasites on the base. Several men are dead. It started in the laboratory on the quarantine platform where the radiation leak occurred. I'd only just deployed the security team. I've sent in a rescue team to help, but they haven't returned. Boss, I need you on this. Come back to Mother Base ASAP. Here we go again. There's been another outbreak in the laboratory. The quarantine platform. We sent a team to investigate and recover the survivors, but they haven't returned.
There's nothing on the radio either. We got a backup team ready to go. Just give the order and
I'll go alone.
Boss, what are you... There's no need for that.
We can't afford to lose anyone else.
We have no idea what's going on
Exactly. Anyone still alive's at their breaking point. Last thing we need is another unit storming in. No telling how they'd react.
Fine. First off, check how much the infection has spread. Rescue comes next, after we know the situation. When you're ready to move, just use the iDroid.
no idea why the parasite has showed up again. I thought we took care of it. We need more information. Find out what's going on, boss. Select the mission on your iDroid.
Boss, we have another outbreak of the vocal cord parasite inside the quarantine platform's laboratory. Several men are dead. It began after we discovered that radiation leak in the facility's research block. I dispatched the security team to seal off the source and move the researchers to the containment block next to it. That's when they discovered the outbreak. I immediately sealed the laboratory and sent a MOP-3 rescue team, but they haven't returned and comms are dead. We have no idea why the parasite has showed up again. I thought we took care of it. I'd like to get any asymptomatic personnel out of there, but we can't tell who's infectious and who's not. We need more information, like how to tell the two apart. Find out what's going on, boss.
Please select a mission. Clouds approaching. Please select a mission.
Boss, let's go over the situation again. We've got another parasite outbreak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform.
What is this?
No idea.
Damn it! What the? Shit!
We've sealed all the exits to keep it from spreading. No one's getting out. One of the researchers inside managed to isolate the parasite behind the outbreak. He faxed over his findings. Code Talker's analyzing them now.
Why this new outbreak, despite our inoculation? This is still unclear. Introducing the Wolbachia to the infected prevented symptoms during the last epidemic. The parasites lodge in the victim's throat, forming a mating pair. But the Wolbachia turns the male to female. Two females can neither copulate nor lay eggs.
That's why the rescue team went in with more Wolbachia. But the outbreak still isn't under control.
They should not be capable of laying eggs. Yet, we have a new outbreak. And the Wolbachia have no effect. I pray this is not some new strain. If it is,
then someone may have brought it here. If there's a spy running around.
For now, we must focus on discerning the outbreak mechanism. The cases show another alarming new development. It is now even more difficult to tell who is infected. The eggs propagate out of sight. No external symptoms. One who appears healthy may be dying on the inside. What the hell happened in there?
Boss, I still can't raise the rescue team I sent in. We know how to proceed if we just knew how to ID the symptoms. Finding that out is part of your job in there. Hang on, Snake. We've just had a transmission from inside. Here's the audio.
It all makes sense now. I win.
Where's it coming from?
Unknown. It cut off before we could get a fix. It all makes sense. Think he means the parasite? No way to know. But right now, that's all we've got. Hopefully he can tell us something. We'll have to close the tent behind you, boss. Don't think the infection's airborne, but... Find the source of that transmission, boss. Find our man.
You never know.
What is it?
Something sweet. I can smell it even through the mask.
The rescue team reported that too. Said it smelled like ripe fruit.
We cannot allow the infection to spread. If anyone shows symptoms, you must put them out of their misery.
That includes me.
Guess the parasites killed him. Don't touch him. He's covered in blood.
Staff member has died.
Stay back! Stay back!
He's got a mask. He's with the rescue team. And the guy from before. Was that more of the message? We'll try to clean it up.
You're kidding, right? Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me.
Staff member
Another transmission.
Why? The boss will come. Boss, it's you.
He's wearing a mask. He's part of the rescue team. Looks like he's not the one who sent the message. I'd like to hear what he has to say, but you need to keep going.
Sorry. Radio got shut up when I picked up the fire when we entered. I couldn't bring myself to shoot back. Like you said, boss. Never point a weapon at one of your own.
Step aside, boss. I just want to go outside. I can't die in this hell. I'm not affected. I can't be right if I am. I don't want to go out like this.
Staff member has died.
I have analyzed part of the data that was faxed out. It appears even those who barely spoke became symptomatic. This must be some kind of mutation.
Get us out of here!
Has died.
What the hell happened?
At least you're okay.
What's going on?
I win. I'm no snail.
Damn it.
So he sent the transmission. Seems like he had a way of IDing who's symptomatic. But what was he trying to say? Snail. Yes, of course. It all makes sense now. Do not let anyone showing symptoms get outside. As infection progresses, it triggers an overwhelming urge to get out in the open. That's the parasite controlling them. Once outside, the birds will feed on infected bodies, spreading the parasite on land. The whole world will be infested. To shoot, boss. We can't let them outside. Damn it. We can't allow any contagious individuals to leave. Shoot, Snake.
Mission staff member has died.
That's it. That's good. You still have those goggles. If you see a glow in someone's throat, that means they are infected. And all you can do is give them a quick death. He's infected. Kill him, boss. We can't save him now. I'm sorry.
Has died.
Snake! You just killed your own... Emmerich, what the hell? Nobody asked for your opinion. You expect me to just stand by and watch this?
Has died. Has died.
You're insane, Snake! He was one of your men!
Has died. Has died.
Boss!
You yourself said we're a family! Or was it all lies?
They'll kill me! You're kidding, right?
Has died. Has died. Has died.
Shooting your own men! That's not the big boss I knew.
Crewmate! They're going outside! No, we're dead anyway!
Boss! Boss! Hey! Let's let the boss decide. We live and die by your order, boss. Boss!
Has died. 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 Has died.
Hang on, boss. Is he wearing a mask? He might not be infected. Examine him with those goggles. Carry the rescue team member to the exit. He's the only one not infected.
Has been updated.
Thank you, boss.
Got a survivor. Unlock the door.
Wait. I don't think I made it after all.
What? You just checked him.
Could it have progressed this quickly?
Boss, take another look at him with the goggles.
He is infected.
I don't believe it.
Maybe I got him through my wounds. They're waiting now. All of them. Do it. Please, boss.
I'm sorry, boss.
Staff member has died.
There's nothing we could have done for them. We're all grateful, boss.
fault! They're dead because of you!
What?
He's right. I killed him with my own hands.
They were on your side! I'm on your side! And you turned them all to ashes!
They wanted you to shoot. It was that or be burned alive. Come on. Let's get this over with.
Wait. I won't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I will always be with you. Plant your roots in me. You're all diamonds.
We're not burying them at sea. What then?
We'll make diamonds from their ashes. Take them into battle with us.
A shining light to our brothers in arms, even in death.
We are diamond dogs.
Mission
Boss,
updated.
I don't know how you do it. All I could do was obsess over revenge, doubting my comrades along the way. But even after all we've accomplished, the phantom pain never let up. If anything, it just got worse. But you understood that from the start, didn't you? From the moment you opened your eyes in that hospital, you knew it wouldn't go away. That you've been fighting the pain and confronting your phantoms the whole time. Knowing full well the battle would never end, not till the day you die. I respect that now, more than ever. It's an honor and a privilege, Big Boss.
Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Please select a mission.
okay. Like you're surrounded by mist. The support chopper can't get close to your position right now.
Hurry! They are coming!
We are their quarry.
Skulls. So that Misty is their work. We won't be able to send in another chopper for now. Boss, you need to eliminate the skulls. We cannot lose Code Talker.
Snake! Talk to me! Snake! Snake!
Skulls. So that Misty is their work. We won't be able to send in another chopper for now. Boss, you need to eliminate the skulls. We cannot lose Code Talker.
Boss! What happened? Boss!
Skulls. So that Misty is their work. We won't be able to send in another chopper for now. Boss, you need to eliminate the skulls. We cannot lose Code Talker.
talk to me! Snake!
So that misses their work. We won't be able to send in another chopper for now. Boss, you need to eliminate the skulls. We cannot lose Code Talker. This is their work. We won't be able to send in another chopper for now. Boss, you need to eliminate the skulls. We cannot lose Code Talker.
Code Talker is dead. Now there's no hope of saving him.
So that miss is their work. We won't be able to send in another chopper for now. Boss, you need to eliminate the skulls. We cannot lose Code Talker. This is their work. We won't be able to send in another chopper for now. Boss, you need to eliminate the skulls. We cannot lose Code Talker.
Snake! Talk to me! Snake!
Skulls. So that miss is their work. We won't be able to send in another chopper for now. Boss, you need to eliminate the skulls. We cannot lose Code Talker.
What is wrong with you? Code Talker is dead. Now there's no hope of saving him.
Skulls. So that miss is their work. We won't be able to send in another chopper for now. Boss, you need to eliminate the skulls. We cannot lose Code Talker. clearing. Great work, boss. I'm coming in on another chopper. Get Code Talker to the LZ and wait there.
Mission info has been updated.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
He's coming too. Roger that.
B-Quad have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Support helicopter has
You
arrived.
gotta extract him. Get in, boss.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
Skullface is no longer in Africa. The nuclear test was a success. Now they turned their knives on me.
Satellites didn't read any test. Neither did seismometers.
The detonation test took place 5 years ago in the southern Indian Ocean. The final test was the opposite, to prevent detonation.
You mean?
Skullface plans to sell nuclear weapons that he retains control of.
It's not like hawking small arms to militias.
Indeed. He plans to avoid detection by exporting minerals containing tiny amounts of uranium in the form of metallic archaea. Once on site, the metallic archaea enrich the uranium and weaponize it. Loaded onto all-terrain bipedal machines. They ensure any country, armed group, even the smallest terrorist cell, can become a nuclear power.
Bipedal. So that's why they needed Huey.
A nuke business to replace the arms business. And Skullface owns the market.
The very atmosphere of nukes, anywhere and everywhere. Deterrence on all sides.
So that's why he ran a non-detonation test.
Yes. Another metallic archaea instantly overrides the criticality generator. A fail-safe only he controls. Any such weapon can be deactivated whenever he chooses, regardless of who owns it or their intent to use it.
Nukes. Controlled by a man, not a country.
If they proliferate, conventional nukes lose all value. Political, military, and economic. The two superpowers become powerless.
We need to stop the epidemic at Mother Base.
About the pathogen spreading through Mother Base, what's your opinion?
Textbook symptoms of vocal cord parasite infestation. And judging from this casualty list, it is the Kikango strain, meaning a breed of parasite that triggers symptoms upon detecting pronunciation specific to Kikango.
So how do we keep them from becoming symptomatic?
Use this. A type of Wolbachia, introduced to a sample of the parasite. A parasitic bacteria that colonizes the parasites, turning male to female and preventing copulation. We must cultivate more.
Thanks to Code Talker, we've managed to put a stop to any new vocal cord parasite infections. We couldn't save those already symptomatic, but everyone who survived has been released from the quarantine platform. Skullface will pay for this.
Again with the truth serum?
What are those legs made of? Titanium? All the way to the femur.
Metallic archaea.
Sahelanthropus. Where is it?
What?
We have to know before his plan is complete. Sahelanthropus is the final piece.
What are you talking about?
If the Soviets break out a mobile, controllable nuclear weapon, East-West relations will be right back at the Cuban Missile Crisis.
The Cold War returns to life, as countries without nuclear arsenals line up for what Skullface is selling. Nuclear weapons proliferate overnight, and on the brink of annihilation, the world maintains its balance.
But we know this is all just a shield, a ruse.
The cleansing parasites are what matter most. A WMD to eclipse even nukes, and the only one that can still be used. Skullface is the world's greatest threat, and Zero's. The pieces are in place. All that remains is to unveil Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan.
They can't activate it without me.
OKB-0. Sahelanthropus is beyond the Soviet base camp, in a lab built by the Soviet philosophers. That's what you're looking for. But I have no idea how he's controlling it. It wasn't designed to accommodate a human pilot. No! No! Wait!
We got word from Afghanistan. Everyone at the Soviet base camp's dead. No sign of fighting. Parasites. Skullface's men then headed north. The target is OKB-0. That's where he'll activate Sahelanthropus. Unless we stop him, he'll go down in history a conquering victor. We can't let that happen. Wipe him out. Don't leave any trace of his existence.
I'm gonna need backup on this one.
You'll rendezvous on site.
Please select a mission. Please select a mission. Unit dispatched. Please specify a project. Please specify a project.